Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. I'm your host, Thomas. Thank you so much for being here. Tonight, in the first of our new monthly compilation episodes, we're bringing together 3 stories that many of you have been asking us to stitch for quite some time. Our series in the Peacock House. In these wonderful stories written by Alexandra and read by me, we go to a mysterious house filled with riddles, puzzles, hidden rooms and gardens, and a whole host of other charming surprises. Not to mention the majestic peacock that seems to roam around as if it truly owns the place. With a combination of intuition, understanding, helpful clues, and a little bit of luck, we'll wander through this great estate and enjoy all it has to offer. In a couple of weeks' time, we'll finally be returning to the Peacock House for our 4th visit. So I hope you enjoy catching up on the story so far, and you can feel eagerly prepared for our next installment. So, close your eyes. Ensure you're lying in a comfortable position, and allow your imagination to guide you to the beautiful grounds of the Peacock House. This is where our story begins. You find yourself standing in a grand entrance hall, decorated in a Middle Eastern style. Seemingly, every surface is covered in shining mosaics or intricate blue and white tiles. There's very little furniture, just some decorative vases and lanterns resting in alcoves, and a couple of long benches lining the walls. A grand staircase sweeps upwards, spiraling out of sight. It looks as though you could be in a museum, you think, but there are no signs and no other visitors. So perhaps it's a grand house. You wonder where you are and how you got here. It doesn't quite feel real. The room has a soft, dreamlike quality. Wherever you are, you're happy to be here and curious to explore further. Before you is a small, angular fountain sunken into the floor. You step closer to admire it. The tiled borders around it are beautifully decorated with painted vines and geometric patterns. But the fountain itself is simple. It's just a square with a single spout in the middle. The water trickles out gently, flowing down into the basin. It's deeply relaxing. You're tempted to linger for a few more moments, perhaps reclined on one of those benches nearby. As you listen to the soothing flow of water, you gradually become aware of other sounds. You can hear a soft tapping and something like the rustling of feathers. You look up from the fountain and are amazed to see a peacock on the far side of the room. It's spectacular, with its large fan of feathers on display, full of shimmering, iridescent blues and greens. For a moment, you simply stand there, transfixed by the beauty of the bird. Its appearance in the room is just as mysterious as your own. Where has it come from, you wonder? From the staircase, perhaps? For the first time, you spot the arched doorways near the back of the hall. They're not doors, but open entrances, 2 on each side of the room. Both are marked by gleaming white columns and a dazzling mosaic sign. Although you can't read the language of the signs, you notice that each door has a different symbol above the arch. One has a moon, another a shell, the third a flame, and the last has a bird. The bird symbol can't be a coincidence. You look at the peacock, then again at the doorway on your left. Peering through the entrance, you can see nothing but a dark hallway lined with lanterns. You have no idea where it leads, but you're in a curious mood, so you decide to keep exploring. You'll follow your instincts and see where they take you. You walk through a long, dimly lit hallway. There are small alcoves in the walls, some filled with vases, and others with beautiful, golden ornaments. In the soft light of flickering lanterns, it's difficult to make out the details. All around you, there's a lovely smell of flowers and some other comforting, familiar scent. You're not sure exactly what it is, but it takes you back in time to a distant memory, a vague recollection of some happy moment. You slow down, closing your eyes to savor the scent. As you breathe in deeply, you gradually become aware of something else. The faint sound of music. It must be coming from another room, somewhere at the end of the hall. You continue walking on and on until a new source of light begins to emerge. This time, it's not the amber of the lanterns, but something white and brighter. The doorway at the end of the hall leads into a vast, palatial room, lined with ceiling-high windows that let in the daylight. Before you explore the rest of the room, you go up to the window and press your face to the glass. For the first time, you have some idea of what lies beyond the walls of this mysterious house. The building is surrounded by an exquisite garden. With its manicured lawns and flower beds, it looks almost too perfect to be real, like something from a painting or the gardens of a royal palace. Turning away from the window, you inspect the room more closely. At first glance, it seems there are no other entryways, save for the one you came through. Could this beautiful room be a dead end? If so, you can always go back to the entrance hall and pick another direction to explore. But as you look around the room, you wonder if there could be a solution. Although you can't see another entrance or exit, you feel instinctively that there must be a way out. It may only be a hunch, but as you make your way through these magical rooms, you have only your instinct and imagination to guide you. You move away from the window and slowly walk across the room. The only sounds are your footsteps on the wooden floor and piano music. The melody is louder than before, but you're not sure where it's coming from. Perhaps the lilting, waltzing music is a clue. If you follow the sound, it might lead you to another room. Or perhaps it's just music and nothing more. It may simply be a beautiful but insignificant part of the background, like the red drapery of the curtains or the glass chandelier hanging from the ceiling. You look up, noticing for the first time the breathtaking fresco above you. It's a vast painting that covers the entire ceiling. A bright blue sky, swirling clouds, and a banquet table overflowing with food. Around the table are men and women, talking and laughing as they eat. It's a stunning work of art, resembling a Renaissance masterpiece. But as beautiful as it may be, you doubt that it's a clue. The way to the next room must be through the furniture or walls. You run your fingers over the panelling and touch the marble mantelpiece above the fireplace. It feels pleasingly smooth and cool. Then you turn your attention to the nearby tables and chairs, gently shifting them into different positions. You might uncover a secret switch or panel. Anything is worth a try. As you're moving a chair back into place, you catch sight of the peacock on the other side of the room. It pays no attention to you and continues its relaxed stroll across the wooden floor. The reappearance of the peacock strikes you as a positive sign and encourages you to keep looking. There are a few old books on the side table next to the chair. Perhaps one of them hides a clue, a key or a note tucked between the pages. You begin to leaf through them, hardly noticing the words. Most of them are titles you've never heard of, except for one, Through the Looking Glass, and what Alice found there. There's nothing in any of the books, no keys, no notes. You're on the point of giving up and returning to the hallway. But when you look up from the book and scan the room, you notice that there are now 2 peacocks. 2 birds walking side by side. Then you look closer and realize that one of the birds is a reflection, a mirror image. There's only one peacock standing next to a mirror embedded in the wall. You hadn't noticed it before, perhaps because there's no frame. It blends seamlessly into the rest of the background. You consider the title of the book, Through the Looking Glass. Is it a coincidence, or could it be a clue? You get up from the chair and walk towards the mirror. It's so clean, so perfect, that you're almost reluctant to touch it. But careful exploration is the only way forward. You take a deep breath and gently push the mirror. Nothing happens. You study the edges of the mirror, noticing how it connects smoothly with the surrounding wall. There's only one imperfection, a kind of mark or groove on the right side. You touch it to see if it leads to a space behind the mirror. And then, as if by magic, the mirror starts moving. It slides quietly to one side and reveals a secret entrance to another room. You enter, leaving the mirror door open behind you. This room is much smaller and feels both bright and cozy. It's filled with beautiful potted plants of all shapes and sizes, lined up on the floor or displayed on the shelves. A single large window looks out onto the garden. The sunshine streams through the glass, casting rays of light on the red walls. Each wall in this room has been painted a deep, luxurious shade of red, except for the borders. The edges have been left white and filled with intricate little paintings. There are floral patterns, horn-shaped containers overflowing with fruit, and tiny portraits of humans and animals. The style is old-fashioned, even ancient. It looks like it's been inspired by the villas and palaces of ancient Rome or Pompeii. There's only one other door in this room, one made of dark wood to your right. You try the handle and discover that it's locked. But if it's locked, that means there might be a key somewhere. This time, the puzzle should be easier, you think. There are only so many places you can hide a key in a room this small. If it's not beneath the rug, it will be under a pot, or inside the pot, or somewhere on a shelf. You take your time exploring the room, lifting the rug and carefully rearranging the plants. But there's no sign of a key. Turning to the wall, you notice that the ray of sunlight has shifted. You're not sure how long you've been in this room, and you have the pleasant, dreamy sensation of losing all track of time. But it seems you've been here long enough for the sun to move, illuminating a different section of the wall. You study the column of painted figures here. Many of them are humans, standing side by side with an animal companion. There's a man with a horse, a woman with a dog, children with birds. And then you see the peacock next to a woman in an elegant white dress. The painting must be a clue, but you're not sure how. With the large image of the bird in your mind, you begin to search the room again, checking for anything you might have missed. You look at the plants in more detail, noticing the variety in shape and size. You run your fingers through the soft fronds of a fern, which are as light and delicate as paper trimmings, and stroke the scented leaves of a lavender plant. You notice the shiny, glossy texture of the orchid's leaves, and the shadow the palm tree casts on the wall. And then you see it. Tucked among the leaves of the palm is a single shining peacock feather. As you pull the feather from the leaves, you're surprised by the sensation of weight. But then you see what's attached to it. A small silver key tied to the end of the feather with a ribbon. You put the peacock feather back where you found it, then walk up to the locked door and try the key. It's exactly the right size and shape. You put it into the lock and turn it to the right. With a satisfying click, the door opens. You spend the rest of the afternoon slowly exploring different parts of the house. Each room is more magical than the last, as you discover a shape-shifting library, a hall of lights and mirrors, and a puzzle in the shape of a fish pond. There's always more to discover, but when you feel tired, You find a comfortable place to sit and rest. After solving another puzzle, you decide to take a break on a nearby sofa. As you recline in a pile of cushions, you gaze out the window. It's the first time you've looked outside in quite a while, as you've been so focused on the rooms. The view is the same as before, the beautiful gardens around the house. You're higher up now, so you can see further, beyond the flower beds to the trees and distant fields. The light is different too. Without you noticing, day has transitioned to dusk, and the sky has become a soft, greyish blue. Knowing that night is falling makes you feel even sleepier. You begin to grow tired of walking and exploring, despite the beauty and mystery of the house. You find yourself suddenly longing for a bed, imagining the luxury of sinking into a soft mattress. You decide to explore just a little bit further, with the hope of finding a bedroom. You get up from the sofa and cross the hall to a spiral staircase. As always, you have no idea where it leads, but your instinct has guided you well so far. Up and up and up you go. You're walking more slowly now as the sleepy feeling spreads through you. When you reach the top of the stairs, you find yourself standing in a large, circular room. It's completely empty. You look around for a chair or sofa, but there's no furniture at all. There are also no windows or doors, but the walls are decorated with some of the most beautiful paintings you've ever seen. Gorgeous, dreamy patterns that spiral around the room. You look up and see that the art on the ceiling is even more astonishing. You're gazing up at a vast, painted peacock feather, a glimmering blue eye surrounded by rings of green and turquoise. Although you know it's only a painting, there's something different about it. A strange light and a sense of richness and depth. You want to get a closer look, but the ceiling is high above you, and there's no way of getting to it. Nothing you can climb. Without furniture to investigate, you can't even look for secret clues or keys. The logical part of your brain tells you to go back, to descend the spiral staircase and look for another way. But at this stage in your journey, you're more inclined to listen to the creative part of your mind. There has to be a way up, you think. The light in the room is too dim to see the details clearly. So you decide to use your sense of touch instead. With your eyes closed and your arms outstretched, you begin to walk around in the room in slow circles, brushing your fingertips over the surface of the wall. These dreamy, meandering movements relax you. You're focused only on your breaths, your steps, and the cool, smooth surface that you're touching. After a while, you're so deeply relaxed that you could almost fall asleep right here on the soft carpet. And then you find it, a small switch beneath your finger. You press it and then open your eyes, curious to see what secrets will be revealed. Despite all the magical things you've seen so far, you still can't quite believe your eyes. At the center of the room, a large, circular patch of carpet gradually opens up, revealing not a hole, but a step, then another and another. It's a silver spiral staircase, slowly rising out of the floor towards the ceiling. You realize that this must be the way to the next room. Once the movement of the staircase has come to a gentle halt, you walk onto the first step and then the next. Although you're focused on carefully placing your feet as you climb, you can't resist glancing upwards for just a moment. You gaze in wonder at the magical sight above your head. The feather on the ceiling slowly turns and opens. It's no ordinary painting, but a door to yet another room. You climb up through the opening and walk into a beautiful, softly lit space. There's a plush purple carpet in keeping with the rest of the room. The walls, curtains, and other furnishings all seem to be shades of purple, or perhaps it's only a trick of the light. You're so sleepy that you can hardly tell the difference between reality and illusion. There's only one thing you can be sure of: the presence of a huge 4-poster bed in the middle of the room. It's like something you would expect to find in a luxury hotel or a palace. There are 2 rows of fluffy white cushions and a lavender-colored quilt that looks wonderfully inviting. Then you spot a neatly folded pair of pajamas. Now you understand. A good night's sleep in this cozy bedroom is your reward for solving the puzzles. You change into the pajamas and slip under the covers. The sensation of the soft sheets and pillows is blissful. Just as you floated into this room, you can see yourself floating into sleep, into sweet dreams, relishing the comfort of the bed. You close your eyes, take a deep breath, and fall fast asleep. As you look around the room, you feel a sense of comforting familiarity. Somehow, you're sure that you've been in this place before, even if it was only a dream. You're standing in a large, beautifully decorated entrance hall. It's like something from a Middle Eastern fairy tale. All around you are blue and white tiles gleaming in the lamplight. A small fountain sunken into the floor makes a soothing, trickling sound. At the center of the room is a grand staircase spiraling upwards. You have no idea where it leads, but you remember the doors from last time. Towards the back of the hall are some arched doorways. There are 2 to the left and 2 to the right. Each doorway is marked by columns of shining white marble and has a mosaic symbol just above the arch. From left to right, there's a moon, a shell, a flame, and a peacock. Last time you were here, you walked through the peacock door. In fact, there was an actual bird here, a peacock with shining feathers that roamed through the hall. It was the sight of the bird that prompted you to go through the door with the peacock symbol. Looking around the hall now, there's no sign of the bird. You're the only one here, and the room is silent, apart from the relaxing trickle of the fountain in the background. And yet, this house doesn't feel lonely. It's a peaceful place to be, and you're at ease here. Besides, you have a feeling that you might encounter the peacock later, if you're lucky. A sighting of the bird will probably mean that you're on the right path as you make your way through the mansion. You already know where the peacock door leads. It takes you to a hallway, and then to a grand, airy room with a view of the garden. But you have no idea where the other doors lead. The moon, the shell, and the flame This time, you'll choose one of the others. Your intuition guides you to the left, to the doorway marked with a crescent moon in glittering mosaics. You're so curious to see what lies on the other side of the arch, and you feel a flutter of excitement as you pass through. The doorway leads to a long, narrow hall. There are no windows, but colourful glass lanterns hang from the ceiling, illuminating the hall with a soft, pinkish glow. When you try to open the door to your left, you find it locked. The door to your right seems to be locked too. But you know that finding your way through this house requires patience, and it's a bit like solving a puzzle. Instead of simply passing from one room to the next, you have to work out how to get there. There are so many doors. It would take a while to try them all to see if they're unlocked. So instead, you decide to continue walking along the hallway, looking for clues. At first glance, all the doors look identical. They're all made of dark, reddish-brown wood with a glossy sheen. And they all have ornate brass handles, which shine when they catch the light of the lanterns. As the light passes through the coloured glass, it creates patches of pink and gold, glowing on the surface of the door. There's something hypnotic about the effect. As you stare at one of the doors, mesmerized by the patterns of light, you notice something. The handle is a different shape to the others. It's curved at the edges, like a crescent moon. This must be it, you think. And when you press down lightly on the handle, you discover that your instinct was right. The door swings open, revealing a dimly lit library. When you enter, the floorboards creaking under your feet, your first impression is that it's a small, dark room. Towering bookcases create a kind of tunnel. There's a window on the far wall, but the curtains are drawn. The main source of light is a dusty chandelier that hangs from the ceiling. Initially, you assume that the bookcases mark the boundaries of the room. But after taking a few more steps, you discover a gap in the shelves. It's just large enough for a person to fit through, and it leads to another area. The library has an unusual shape. It's actually an enormous room, consisting of many different spaces. Each small, cozy area is lined with tall wooden shelves, which are filled with old books. They have a lovely, musty scent that permeates the air. You breathe in deeply, relishing the faint hints of vanilla in the fragrance. It's so calming. And even though you've never been in this room before, you somehow feel at home. You're curious to seek out all the nooks and crannies, so you take your time as you explore the library. All the different areas are like rooms within a room, each with a collection dedicated to a particular subject. For instance, there's a poetry corner and a history section. Another corner of the room has shelves filled with books in a mysterious language you've never seen before. You can't even begin to guess what they might be. You're tempted to make yourself comfortable in one of the plush armchairs and flick through some of these beautiful books. But you're also keen to solve the puzzle. There's a locked door in the astronomy section, and your instinct tells you that there must be a way to open it. You have no idea where to begin. The library is so vast, and clues could be hiding anywhere. If the solution is in one of these books, it would take you years to find it. There are so many dusty old volumes lining the shelves, covering every topic imaginable. But maybe there's a key hidden between the pages of one of these books. Or perhaps you need to pull a book from a shelf to trigger a mechanism and unlock the door. Your mind wanders as you take out the books on a whim, one by one. This may not be the way to solve the puzzle, but even so, you like handling the books, feeling their weight and the crisp texture of their pages. Every now and then, you close your eyes and smell the paper, inhaling that wonderful, evocative scent. In that moment, it's as if you're transported somewhere else, or taken back to another time long ago. But then you remind yourself that there's still plenty to explore here. When you draw back the curtains of one of the windows, you catch a glimpse of a sunlit garden. You'd like to go outside if you can find a way. Maybe the locked door leads to the garden. You wander through the different sections of the library, casting your eyes for clues. The solution can't be hidden in a book, you decide. It must be something a little bit easier, even if it's not immediately obvious. Some parts of the library have decorations relevant to the books in that section. There's a large antique globe near the atlases, and the poetry corner has a writing desk with an ink pot and quill made from a peacock feather. Then you find yourself drawn back to the astronomy section near the locked door. Here, hanging from the ceiling, is a beautifully crafted replica of the solar system. Models of the planets dangle from silver chains. It reminds you of a mobile in a child's nursery, but it also seems to be scientifically accurate. The planets are sized to scale, and the surfaces have been painted with incredible realism. You recognize the gorgeous, opaque blue of Neptune and the many shades of Jupiter. It's like a huge marble, colored in swirls of red and orange. The decoration hangs just above your head. You can't resist reaching up to touch one of the planets. It feels cool and surprisingly heavy, like a precious stone. Then, filled with a sense of childlike wonder, you tug gently on the planet. The whole solar system spins round and round. As you watch the planets slowly spinning, you become aware of a soft clicking sound behind you. The sound is so quiet. If it wasn't for the absolute silence of the library, you probably wouldn't have heard it. But the subtle noise catches your attention, and you turn towards it. Perhaps the sound was coming from the locked door. Could it be? You step towards it and try turning the handle, just out of curiosity. To your astonishment, the door opens. It seems that the model of the solar system was the key. You would never have guessed. Walking through the doorway, you find yourself in a bright, rectangular room. To your left, windows let in the sunlight, although the view of the garden is obscured by tree branches. There seems to be a door leading to the garden at the far end of the room, but it's probably locked. So, before you approach the next door, you decide to look around carefully for any possible keys or clues. You explore the room slowly, examining every little detail. Perhaps there's something hidden behind the lace curtains, if you look closely. Or maybe there's a message to be decoded in the pattern of the wallpaper. In certain places, the green and golden swirls almost look like letters. To your right is a glass cabinet. It glitters in the shifting light, which streams through the window opposite. Inside the cabinet are shelves with ornaments and various knickknacks. Peering through the glass, you notice that the middle shelf contains an ornamental menagerie. There are all kinds of little animals, including a golden lion, a crystal swan, and a diamond crocodile. The ornaments must be very valuable. The shell of the sea turtle is studded with green jewels, which might even be emeralds. Then you notice the figurine at the back of the group. The body of the peacock is gold, but its tail is made from a real feather. You carefully pick up the ornament and hold it to the light to inspect it more closely. As your finger brushes along the soft feather of the tail, you notice that it feels loose. You pull gently, and the tail detaches from the ornament, revealing a golden key at the other end. You're so pleased with your discovery. This must be the key for the door at the end of the room. It's a beautiful object. A shiny gold key with iridescent feathers. You pause to admire it for a moment, then head towards the door to the garden. But as soon as you're standing in front of the door, you realize that the feathered key is too small for the lock. You'll have to continue exploring the room and look for another, larger key. But just in case, you push lightly on the door handle, and to your surprise, it opens. All along, the door has been unlocked. You decide to put the key in your pocket for later, in case it opens another door in the house. It's almost disappointing that the door opened so easily. But this house is vast, and you know it's just a matter of time before you find yourself hunting for other keys or clues in order to continue your exploration. You go through the door and step outside. And once again, the house confounds your expectations. You were sure you would find yourself in the large garden you glimpsed before on your previous visit to the house. Last time you were here, you caught sight of a vast space resembling a palace garden with pristine lawns and flower beds. But now, you're standing in a walled garden which is relatively small. You walk slowly across the grass and take a deep breath in. It feels good to be outside in the fresh air. The sun is shining and there's a pleasant breeze. Looking around, you notice that the garden is slightly overgrown, which adds to its charm. All the plants seem to be thriving. The walls are covered in thick layers of dark green ivy leaves, and there are large shrubs and bushes dotted here and there. Right in the middle of the garden is a tree with a thick, gnarled trunk. Its branches are expansive, covering the bench below in shade. Nearby, there's an old stone fountain with a circular basin. A couple of small birds take it in turns to bathe in the water. You decide to rest on the bench for a while. It's the perfect place to sit and relax here in the shade as you listen to the birds and the fountain. You close your eyes for a moment, content to do nothing but relax, letting your mind empty. When you open your eyes, rubbing them sleepily, you wonder if you drifted off for a moment. It feels as though time has passed, although it can't have been long. The sun still shines brightly above you. Looking at the fountain, you notice that the birds have gone, but the water continues to flow, rising from the spout, then spilling over into the basin below. It feels so calming to watch the fountain. You're mesmerized by the crystalline water, sparkling in the sunlight. But you know that you should start to look elsewhere too, searching for clues so you can discover the next hidden room or door. Turning back towards the house, you see that there are 2 doors. To the right is the one you just came through, leading to the room with the animal ornaments. And to your left is another door. It leads to a room you haven't explored yet. This door may be locked, but before you investigate and continue your explorations inside, you decide to look around the garden some more. You wouldn't want to miss any hidden treasures. For a few minutes, you walk around the garden, gazing at the plants and flowers, and searching for any potential clues. Last time you visited this house, you found a key hidden among the leaves of a palm tree. But now, you already have a key tucked inside your pocket. Perhaps you need to search for a door. It can't be the one leading back inside. Even from here, you can tell that the key in your pocket is too small for that door. You need to find a door that will fit the key. Although you're unlikely to find anything in the garden, you're in no hurry to leave. this is such a peaceful place, especially with the ever-present sound of the fountain gently flowing. Before you leave, perhaps you should take a closer look at the fountain. It's very old and covered in moss in places, but you can still make out some of the original carvings and details. Then you notice something. As you inspect the rim of the basin, you realize that there are words carved into the stone in old-fashioned script. The engraved letters have become less distinct over time, and in order to read them, you have to follow the words around the circumference of the fountain. It looks like some kind of poem. You walk slowly around the fountain and read these words. Here I am free. There you will see. Soon you will find me behind the ivy. What could it mean, you wonder? Stepping away from the fountain, you repeat the last words to yourself. Behind the ivy. The garden walls are covered in vines. Maybe you have to look behind them somehow. There could be something on the other side. You walk slowly alongside the walls, running your hand through the leaves. They feel crisp, reminding you of the books in the library when you were flicking through the pages. You're not sure what you're expecting to find, but every now and then you push gently against the wall or move your fingers deeper into the leaves, just in case. Once you've walked all the way round without finding anything, you decide to try another approach. If the key is small, you should be looking for a door with similar proportions. And if the door is small, it could be somewhere low down. The base of the wall is almost entirely covered by dense bushes, but directly opposite the fountain is a section of wall that's visible from top to bottom. There's nothing covering it apart from the ivy. You walk towards this part of the wall and crouch down so you're almost kneeling on the grass. Then you move your hand through the ivy just as you did before. And with a rush of excitement, you feel something. A spherical metal object. It feels like a doorknob. When you pull back the ivy, you're amazed to find yourself looking at a door about 1 meter in height. It's like something from Alice in Wonderland. You take the feathered key from your pocket and insert it into the lock. It fits perfectly. After turning the key twice, you pull the door open. Peering through, all you can see on the other side are more plants and bushes. It looks like a continuation of the garden. You're thinking about crawling through when you hear a rustling sound from the other side. And then the peacock appears. The majestic bird walks through the doorway, its shining feathers trailing behind. You saw this peacock on your last visit to the house. It almost seemed to be guiding you, so its reappearance now strikes you as a good omen. You stand and watch the peacock begin its slow, stately walk across the garden towards the house. It's leading you to the door on the left. The bird pauses, waiting for you to open the door. You have no idea whether or not it was locked before, but it opens easily now as soon as you turn the handle. The peacock steps inside and you follow it into a large, brightly lit room with wooden floors, white walls, and a very high ceiling. At first, the room appears to be completely empty. There's no furniture. And strangely, the only other door is high up near the ceiling. It's on the back wall with a kind of platform or landing in front of it. But there's no obvious way of getting there. The room feels incomplete, as though the architect forgot the staircase. For a moment, you're puzzled. But then, the peacock walks towards the middle of the room, and to your amazement, it seems to climb the air. Instead of flying, it's slowly hopping up and up, as though ascending invisible stairs. You start to walk around the room, trying to make sense of what you're seeing. And now, with a change in perspective, you see the stairs. They're almost completely transparent, and there's no railing. It's a flight of near invisible steps leading to the landing above. You slowly follow the peacock up the steps. It's surreal to glance down and feel as though you're treading on the air. But the steps feel solid beneath your feet, and the peacock has already safely arrived on the carpeted landing. Once you reach it, the only thing left to do is see what's on the other side of the door. Hopefully, it will be a comfortable room where you can rest for a while. You're starting to feel tired after all this time exploring and solving puzzles. The peacock makes a nodding, bowing motion, moving its head in the direction of the door. It's encouraging you to go inside. So you turn the handle and step into the room. You're delighted to find yourself in a large, luxurious bedroom. There's a huge 4-poster bed in the middle, with plush white pillows and a cream blanket that looks wonderfully soft. Sunlight filters through the lace curtains, creating dappled patterns on the bed. There are some decorations too. On the far wall is a golden oval frame. There's a portrait of an elegantly dressed woman holding some kind of animal. And below, on the dressing table, there's an assortment of intriguing little bottles and ornaments. You'd like to get a closer look, but you're feeling so sleepy now. You can examine them later and continue your explorations once you've had a rest. Right now, there's nothing you want to do more than take a long nap in the 4-poster bed. So, you change into the pair of silk pajamas you find folded up at the end of the bed. And then you snuggle down beneath the sheets, pulling the blanket right up to your chin. You let out a contented, sleepy sigh. Once again, a good rest is your reward for solving the puzzles of the Peacock House. Feeling happy and relaxed, you close your eyes, take a deep breath, and soon drift off. You walk through the grand entrance hall, your footsteps echoing on the tiles. This house still feels mysterious, but familiar too. You're starting to feel at home here. Here you are again, in this peaceful, elegant room. Its blue and white tiles softly illuminated by the lamplight. In front of you is the main staircase, spiraling up to floors you haven't explored yet. Near your feet, sunken into the floor, is the small, simple fountain. It makes a calming, trickling noise, the water flowing on and on. And then there are the 4 arched doorways towards the back of the room. Above each door is a mosaic symbol, a moon, a shell, a flame, and a peacock. On your previous visits to the house, you went through the doors marked with the moon and the peacock. You could retrace your steps as you sense that there's still so much to explore in those directions. Other rooms, secrets, and puzzles. But today, your instinct guides you towards the second door, the one with a glittering mosaic of a silver clamshell above the entrance. You wonder where the shell door will lead you. If it's anything like the other routes, you can be sure there will be more dreamy discoveries. Stepping through the arched doorway, you feel calm and confident, with a slight buzz of excitement, like a fluttering in your chest. You walk down a long, windowless hallway, the wooden floor creaking underfoot. There are a few artworks on the panelled walls, dimly lit by flickering oil lamps. On the way, you catch glimpses of shadowy details in the paintings. A white sailboat, golden embroidery, and the serene expression of a woman in a portrait who somehow looks familiar. You're tempted to stop and look at the paintings more closely, but you're also aware of the daylight streaming in at the other end of the hallway, and you're keen to explore further. So far, there are no signs of puzzles to solve, no locked doors or hidden keys. For now, the route is clear and obvious. There's only one door right at the end of the hall, and you're able to walk freely from one room to the next. And what a room, you think as you enter. You look around in wonder, spellbound by the beauty of the ballroom. The walls are white and gold, with ornately framed floor-length mirrors at regular intervals. Every inch of the high ceiling is filled with an intricately detailed fresco, which at a glance seems to represent the signs of the zodiac. From where you're standing, you can make out a lion's mane and a scorpion's tail. At the center of the ceiling, surrounded by painted stars, hangs a heavy chandelier, dripping with crystals. And in the far right-hand corner of the room, there's a magnificent grand piano, the glossy casing gleaming in the sunlight. The right side of the room is lined with large windows, which look out onto a garden. Intriguingly, the floor is covered with countless pink and white balloons. Confetti and streamers are scattered all around. It's as though you've stumbled across the aftermath of a party. The piano has fallen silent and the dancers have gone home, but the decorations remain. As you cross the room, you can't resist picking up one of the balloons. It's a pastel pink, reminding you of roses. You gently tap it upwards with your fingers, watching it lift effortlessly into the air. As it floats, the balloon catches the light, and you notice that there's something inside. Confetti, perhaps. For a moment, you're tempted to pop the balloon. But then again, you're enjoying the peaceful hush of the room. It would be a shame to spoil it. So instead, you play with the balloon as you walk, gently bumping it up and down with your palm. The movement makes you feel light and free, like being a child again. When you reach the piano, you let the balloon fall to the floor and turn your attention to the shiny black and white keys. Maybe you'll play the piano and listen to the notes echo through the ballroom. Why not, you think? This house is yours to explore. You sit on the piano stool for a while, looking around the room and wondering what to do next. The nearby window has a view of a lovely garden with immaculate hedges and rows of trees, their branches swaying in the breeze. Although you can't be sure, you feel like this is the same garden you glimpsed last time from the library window. You wanted to visit it, but you couldn't find a way to get there, and you ended up in another, smaller garden instead. Now, as you gaze through the ballroom window, you wonder if there's a way to get to the garden. It's such a beautiful day, and the trees seem to be calling to you, beckoning you outside as they move with the breeze. But as far as you can see, there are only 2 doors in this room. The one you came in through, and the door on the other side of the ballroom, which you doubt leads to the garden. Besides, although you haven't tried it yet, you're sure it's locked. Feeling curious, you cross the room and try the handle. Just as you suspected, it rattles but remains closed. But if it's locked, you think, that's probably where you're meant to go next. You begin to slowly circle the room, weaving in and out of the balloons that litter the floor. When you reach the center, you stand still and look up at the ceiling. The signs of the zodiac fill your vision against a starry background of midnight blue. Mesmerized, you turn around, admiring the fresco from every angle. There don't seem to be any clues here, but it's an extraordinary work of art. After you've done a full circle, you lower your gaze to a pleasant surprise. You catch sight of your old friend, the peacock, its feathers brushing against the balloons as it moves across the ballroom floor. Although you weren't expecting to see it in this moment, you knew it was just a matter of time before the bird made an appearance. As you've learned from your previous visits, seeing the peacock is a good omen. It means you're on the right path. Maybe, you think, you're about to find a clue. The peacock bobs its head as if to greet you, then continues its slow walk across the room. It seems to be heading in the direction of the door you came through. As the graceful creature passes through patches of sunlight, its feathers glitter in shades of emerald green and sapphire blue. The bird's beauty never ceases to amaze you. At last, the peacock reaches the open doorway. You watch, expecting it to walk through. But first, it turns to a cream-colored balloon lying on the floor nearby and gently taps it with its beak. The balloon deflates with a soft pop. Then the peacock walks on, disappearing through the doorway. For a moment, you stand there puzzled. Then you walk over and find the popped balloon on the floor. Scattered all around it are pieces of white confetti, and among them is a larger piece of paper and something written on it in pen. This must be it, you think, feeling a rush of anticipation. You pick up the paper and inspect it carefully. It seems to be written in another language or some kind of code. The narrow, looping letters don't make any sense to you. It's almost as if the words are written back to front. And then you understand what you have to do. Approaching the nearest mirror, You hold the piece of paper up to the glass, and there, in the mirror, the message is revealed. It reads, "A key inside a key." At first, you're perplexed. What could it mean? You haven't found any keys yet. Then you turn, and your gaze falls on the grand piano on the other side of the ballroom. And you realize that, in fact, there are plenty of keys in this room. You return to the piano, making yourself comfortable on the stool. Then you place your index finger on the white key at the end, on the far left. A deep sound reverberates around the room. One by one, you press each key in turn, slowly moving your finger along the piano. You become so transfixed by the sounds that you briefly forget your quest. The notes gradually become more high-pitched, creating soft, dreamy sounds. And then you strike a key that makes no sound. You press again, and still nothing. Moving your finger over the smooth ivory, you realize that the top part feels loose. Carefully, you try lifting it. To your delight, the top of the key opens like the lid to a box, and inside is a small silver key, the one that will open the door. Smiling, you think of the peacock with gratitude. It led you to the balloon, the message, the mirror, the piano, and then the key inside the key. It's comforting to be reminded that you're never really alone. You have a helper, or maybe even a guardian. Holding the key, you walk briskly towards the locked door, the room now silent apart from the echo of your footsteps. You insert the key into the lock, where it fits perfectly. Then you turn it twice clockwise, and the door opens with a click. Still smiling, you walk through. You find yourself in front of a steep spiral staircase. The narrow stairwell is illuminated by candles, burning brightly in alcoves in the walls, and by a skylight. Looking up, you see a square of cloudless blue sky. Near the foot of the stairs is a small wooden table, and on top is a silver key similar to the one you just used. You're surprised to find the next key so easily, without a puzzle to solve. But it probably won't be as simple as it seems. You pocket the key and begin to slowly climb the spiral staircase. The steps are carpeted and feel soft and spongy underfoot. Breathing in, you can smell the comforting, musty aroma of old wood, as well as a subtle floral fragrance. You wonder where it comes from. Halfway up, you reach a landing with a door to your left. It might be the most extraordinary door you've ever seen. You stand there for a moment, marveling at the ornate decorations. The entire door is covered with square silver panels, each one embellished with a masterfully sculpted relief. In one panel, there's an intricately carved willow tree, and in another, a river with swans floating on the surface. The attention to detail is remarkable. The artist has even created realistic ripples in the water, so it looks like the river is really flowing. In the Italian city of Florence, there's a pair of gilded bronze doors that look something like this. Created by the Renaissance sculptor Ghiberti, they're known as the Gates of Paradise. The door in front of you now is just as divinely beautiful. There must be something wonderful on the other side. You take out the key, eager to enter, but then you notice something. There is no keyhole. For a moment, you're not sure what to do. You're convinced that this must be the way forward. The design of the silver key even seems to match the artwork on the door. But right below the handle, where you would expect the keyhole to be, the space is covered by one of the silver panels. You step back to look at the door in its entirety. Your gaze moves from the willow to the river, to the sky, and to the field, and then you realize. Now it seems so obvious. It's strange you didn't see it before. Put together, the panels create a single picture, but they're in the wrong order. The panel with the sky is below the one with the river. Also, you now notice that in the bottom left-hand corner, there's an empty space, as if a panel is missing. Crouching down, you touch the panel directly above the space. The silver feels cool as you run your fingers over the outlines of the sculpture. And then, following your instinct, you touch the border of the panel and try pulling it gently. With a surge of excitement, you feel the panel slide beneath your fingers, moving down into the empty space. At last, you understand. The door is a puzzle. You have to slide the panels around until the artwork is complete, with every image in the right order. You take your time moving the panels in a slow, meditative manner, feeling them slide beneath your fingers. And as you touch them, you admire the intricacy of the carvings, reflecting on how much skill and care went into their creation. A little while later, you move the final panel into place, just below the door handle. This panel turns out to be slightly shorter than the others, and once it's in place, it reveals what you were looking for: the keyhole. You take a moment to gaze at the door, feeling a sense of pride and satisfaction. The artist who created these panels must have felt something similar after completing their masterpiece. When you're ready, you put the key in the lock and turn it twice. The door is heavy, but when you push, it opens easily enough. You step into a small bedroom where nearly everything is white. The walls, the bedspread, the curtains, and the antique wooden wardrobe. You're slightly surprised to find such a simple room, having just walked through an extraordinarily elaborate door. Each time, this house finds new ways to confound your expectations. There's little in the way of decoration. A brass lamp on the bedside table, a potted plant in the corner, and a pretty wall hanging made of fine golden thread. The window near the bed is open, and a gentle breeze blows through the gossamer curtains. They're so delicate, so translucent, they hardly seem real. They might be a trick of the light. You walk over, and when you look out the window, you smile. Below is the walled garden you visited last time, with the stone fountain. You can hear the water trickling faintly. What a magical, peaceful place that was. But this room is nice too, you think, in its own modest way. Maybe you'll take a nap here before you continue your exploration. Still, as you look around the bedroom, you can't help but feel that there must be more to it than meets the eye. On a whim, you approach the wardrobe and open the door, expecting to find it empty. But to your astonishment, it's packed full of clothes. And not just any clothes. As you pull out the sleeves and inspect them more closely, you realize that these are some of the most beautiful vintage garments you've ever seen. There are skirts, blouses, and evening gowns made of the finest materials. Some of them remind you of the curtains. They are so remarkably light and delicate. You move your fingers over the silky surfaces of the clothes, relishing how soft they are. Then, feeling curious, you lean forward and move your hand deeper into the wardrobe until you touch the back. The wood is surprisingly smooth too, and your fingers move easily over the surface. But then, as you bring your hand further down, you feel something, a kind of hook or latch. You try pressing down, and it clicks. The back of the wardrobe gives way slightly, and a crack of light emerges. It's a door, you realize. You are thrilled by this discovery. Quickly but carefully, you remove some of the clothes from the rail to make space and put them on the bed. Then you step into the wardrobe, open the secret door all the way, and walk into another room. It's a spacious bathroom, not much smaller than the room you just came from. It feels bright and airy, thanks to the oriel window, which also looks out onto the garden. As you glance around the room, you admire the gorgeous colours of the tiles. The floor tiles are a deep sapphire, while blue and white patterns line the walls. The colours and style remind you a little of the entrance hall, like you could be somewhere in the Middle East. Looking closer, you notice that some of the tiles have pictures of animals, birds, and sea creatures. Although you haven't spotted one yet, you're sure there must be a peacock somewhere. Along the borders of the tiles are swirling blue lines. At first, you think they're just decorative details. But when you look more closely, you're sure that the lines are the letters of a language, something ancient, obscure, esoteric. Somehow, you just know that there are words there, if only you could read them. You turn your attention to the bath below, which is sunken into the floor. It looks so inviting, wide and pristine, the surface a gleaming white. You're starting to feel tired, and you're tempted by the idea of a bath, soaking in warm water and resting your mind and body. There's a pile of fluffy white towels stacked on the cabinet in the corner, and right next to the bath, there's an alcove in the wall, which is filled with colourful bottles and soaps. It's as though you were meant to find this place and have a relaxing bath. Without you knowing it, you were guided here. There's only one problem. You don't know how to turn on the tap. There's no sign of a handle anywhere, and moving your hand, it seems that there's no motion sensor either. You stare at the silver spout, wishing you could make the water flow by thought alone. If only. Searching for inspiration, you turn your attention to the bottles in the alcove. There are at least a dozen of them, filled to the brim with colourful liquids. You pick one up, open the lid, and hold it to your nose. Breathing in, you recognize the divine scent of jasmine mixed with something fruity. One by one, you open and smell the bottles. Some are citrusy, while others have almost earthy aromas, like a mixture of musk and cedarwood. You suspect that one of your favorites contains frankincense. When you close your eyes and breathe in, you feel as though you're being transported to another time and place. Smelling these fragrances puts you in a relaxed, dreamy mood. After you've opened them all, you pick up one of the bars of soap, which is shaped like a clamshell. It has a subtle vanilla scent. Then you notice that on the side of the bath, there's a soap dish with exactly the same shape. You put the clamshell soap inside the matching dish, which is a shiny silver. Touching the dish, you're struck by how solid and heavy it is, and how it seems to be attached to the bath. On an impulse, you try twisting it from side to side. And just like that, the water begins to flow from the tap. Smiling with satisfaction, you insert the plug and prepare yourself for the most exquisite bath. Moments later, you're lying in the warm, scented water, watching the blues and greens of the liquid soap slowly disperse. The warmth spreads right through you, dissolving any tiredness or tension. It feels so good. You've earned this, you tell yourself. This moment of relaxation is your reward for another day of puzzle solving. Afterwards, you can dry off and maybe take a nap in the bedroom before you resume your adventure. But there's no rush at all. You can stay here as long as you like, resting in this peaceful place.